If I knew just where to look, what truth that I could see. If all minds were linked through morphic resonant collection, now actually we are the reality distortion feeling. We are the reality distortion feeling. The falsehood will tell you that your eyes are evil to see. The falsehood will tell you the press is our enemy. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. We are the reality distortion feeling. We are the reality distortion feeling. Good morning, Vietnam. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. We are the We are the reality distortion fielding. To cry fake news and yet preempt all remedy betrays false identity. To cry fake news yet preempt its remedy betrays false identity. To cry fake news, then stop all remedy betrays false identity. To cry fake news, then fire all oversight of abuse of journalists totally. To cry fake news, then assume control of all channels across the American power scene. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Do you want to know the truth that no one else can see? We maybe did not know it could be read and found actually. Actually, it was super easy, barely an inconvenience. Actually, it was barely an inconvenience. Was super easy. Do you want to know the truth that no one else can see? Did you know that morphic resonance can be read as human memory? Did you know that finding time and space where Donald thought he was solo can be found and read and interrogated to know we are the reality distortion we are the reality distortion fielding. Do you want to know the truth that no one else can see? Do you know that all minds have a page with indices? We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Do you want to know the truth that only one can see? Do you want to save the human race from poverty? We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Do you want to know the truth that only love can see? Do you want to be alive or watch your entropy? Or are they different actually? We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion Do you want to know the truth that only love can see? Do you want to be love or be violence actually? We are the reality. BDIcers for me. We are the reality. BDIcers for warmth and human family. We are the reality distortion fielding. Feeling. We are the reality distortion fielding. Feeling. the reality distortion feeling. We are the reality distortion feeling. We are the reality distortion fielding. M is lying to us. Did you know? Did you know that M is lying to us? Do you know? Do you know who M is? There's so much ground to cover. And I don't know, maybe you've already covered it. Maybe you are the cover. Maybe you're what's holding us together. Maybe I'm following your genius. With or without a penis, all I know is this, that the mindness of kindness is sending us lifts, is sending us gifts, and through which minds all sift. And in the morphic resonant nift, this is the nifty different if that ift. This is a space that wrapped a flag around a construct to build it, as if it would not be if not thought of, if conceived, that we graduated to beclaim it. What if M is lying to us? What if access for all, because humanity has splendid diversity, all of which is humanity and deserves inclusion. And because we are all created equal, and because we all deserve inclusion and access, we administer it and evaluate and constantly look to better equity because we care. And M is lying to us. The only invasion we face is from Project 2025. And the thing is, it's really big. It's a large invasion. It's Moms for Liberty. It's Russ Vote. It's M. Who is M? Who is M icing us, trying to destroy habeas corpus? Who is M? Well, he really has a brand, actually. It's once you understand what to look for and maybe market well, this white whale, M, is at Stephen M. Miller. At Stephen M. Miller. At Stephen M. Miller. Up and at M. It's time for us to arrest Stephen Miller. Up and at M. Up and at Russ Vote. Up and at J.D. Vance. Up and at the president. These are people who have broken their oaths and are shitting in the face of gift and humanity. We have a sweaty, palpitating, incensed incel giving lectures about the Antichrist being someone that would stop technology from enslaving people. We are enabling lynch mobbers who organize well and with wealth and numbers. That's not democracy. Enabling people waving violent weapons in the street and language meant to prompt things is exactly the enablement of lynch mobs. When you let a belligerent child scream that he gets to grab people by the pussy, and you don't disabuse him of his notion, you are appeasing. You are appeasing a child who needs help. Walking out into the world and saying, hey, what if, what about this though? Hey, what about this? Oh, what about this though? Like trying to Charlie Kirk a smiling lynch mob prong to get under somebody's home and pry them out of it with just, but what if some of us aren't really that smart? What if the people who actually earn more degrees than anybody else really don't have that much cognitive ability? Yeah, what if? When lynch mobbers mob, it's with the mind of M. The mindness or the anti-mindness of a farmer of empathy for human ruin. M is the mayonnaiser, and he will make mayonnaise of families, and it's already underway. We have the honor of stopping it and have missed the honor of preventing it. We have the honor of stopping it if we stop it. Let's stop crying about failing to stop it. We will still cry about failing to stop it because we haven't stopped it yet. We will process. It's not about guilt. It's just about those of us who are aware to the fact of actual ethnic cleansing patterned completely from the Nazis is underway by the Heritage Foundation, by Stephen Miller, by Kevin Roberts, by J.D. Vance, under the sprinkle dust of Curtis Yarvin, all of whom should have the white slapped the falcon crest off of them. They are murderers. They are all murderers. They are all stochastic, terrorist murderers. People are dying now because of these murderers. They are murderers. How many people has M dropped into the ocean? In shackles, dead or alive, to die. For sure. For sure. For sure to wash up on the shores of Majorca. What is that bobbing? Is that a corca? No, that's an American. But Stephen Miller would say that's a porca. That's a lie. See, that's not an American. Look, they're brown. That couldn't be an American. That's a white town. Stephen Miller is M. He should be arrested today. The entire regime should be arrested today. Resisted to arrest. Anyone doing this bold-faced doublespeak and 180 projection of reality to sow ethnic cleansing, mass murder, and torture Like Stephen Miller is a terrorist. Stephen Miller is the person who puts a bucket of blood up above someone who's about to give a speech. Stephen Miller lays traps for people to die in. He is M. He is M. He is M. He is M. Woke up. Stephen Miller is M. At Stephen M. Iller. 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 Mark him. If you see him without an M, mark M. Put a sign on M's back that says, "Click me." He is M and should be known when he walks down the street as M. He is M. What does mayonnaiser stand for? What does mayonnaiser stand for? Be a de-icer for humanity. Because M is bringing rapists and lynch mobbers to murder people who don't look like M. Arrest Stephen M. Iller. Arrest Stephen M. Iller. Don't be cancer. Don't be ice. B-A-D, icer. Don't shit the bed of democracy by giving safe harbor to a Nazi patriarchal terrorist running policy for the White House. Knock the white off him, put him in jail. Lock M down. Now. Make him account for torture in our streets. Blackhawks in America, arrest Stephen M. Iller. Arrest Stephen M. Iller. Who is the Iller? Arrest Stephen M. Why? Because we like you. Because we like you. Because we like you. Because we like you. And so we are de-icers. We like you. M is lying to us. To kill habeas corpus. M is lying to us. It is ethnic cleansing. It is mass murder, torture, enslavement, and it profits Stephen Miller not only in the pain and blood that he drinks. Almost as lucrative for the pleasure of Stephen Miller are millions and billions, some of which go to M and to Tom Homan, who's buckled in with Geo Group. They are human rights atrocity, war, crime profiteers. These are war profiteers. More than that, they are starting the war they're profiteering from. These are lynch mobbers. Don't shit the bed of democracy. This child rapist supporter, Stephen M. Iller. Stephen M. Iller. He goes by at Stephen M. And he is best known as M. What does M stand for? What does M stand for? Demurder. Demurder. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, but Stephen Miller is butchering people. Who is M? Who is M? M, children, is the murderer. M is demurder. M is demurder, the murderer. M is M. M is M. M is M. M and 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 M. This lorry has a lot of gas and can take us all the way to identifying not only M, but I think Stephen Miller actually has information that could lead us to the identity of the falsehood. Yes. Yes, it's true. It's true. Stephen Miller may actually have knowingly communicated with the falsehood, potentially hearing their voice in the same room. Imagine the terror Imagine the chilled icicle blood that must have to rip capillaries to populate oxygen, but it could be too late. How is it that ice blood doesn't boil flesh? How is it that he survives a brush of conversation with the falsehood? What is M made of? M withstood a conversation with the falsehood? This would be the only evidence of that being possible. Where across the millennia, when someone has donned the cowl of the falsehood, even though all of the diaries and manuscripts and films burn and are erased, even though the name, the falsehood, will evaporate and leave after I've said it, even though these images that bear the words of the falsehood are almost as if not real, because they will vanish, because soon they will be replaced by the calling card of the falsehood. But Stephen Miller seems to have survived to tell the tale. If he weren't replete with mannerisms that bespeak blood-mouth love, that bespeak being a double speaker of blood-mouth speak, that bespeak being a cannibal boy, I would think maybe interaction with the falsehood did something to him. But I think Stephen Miller did something to M. I think Stephen Miller did something to Stephen Miller. I think Stephen Miller knows that he marked himself as M. And maybe an auditioner to be potentially the only one in recorded history to take a handoff of the falsehood. Who is the falsehood? Who possibly on earth could it be? Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? And can we afford to let M hold power in the absence of the falsehood? Because it seems that they have tentacles into power entirely. These wisps and photograms that have been captured at the point of insertion or withdrawal of the falsehood. This could simply be phantom. Maybe that's just the smoke that they leave. Maybe we'll never know, because I don't know if Stephen Miller can be successfully interrogated. I think the identity of the falsehood could be absolutely lost in the mist of confusion that is trigger space of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, or post-traumatic stress disorder of some measure, maybe massive trigger and maybe ongoing. I think eventually, for a lot of people, it's probably both. If only we knew. If only we knew who the falsehood could be, then we could try to triangulate something other than what's the worst thing that can happen next in ongoing history, and try to wonder whether it's going to come from M or from the falsehood or their trumpany. The trumpets of their ill and their penny. Who is the falsehood? We're here at the mystery font 42. And how are you? And what do you do? Right now, at this moment, right now at this very moment, what do you do? What do you do? I believe that you're up to it. I believe that you are a genius. I believe that you have the capacity to calmly find some comparatively meditative place of resilient focus to look at what is happening in pattern around you, or to know who you might ask that seems attuned to things that you are not, or appreciate that they are. It's okay to ask for help. And it's good to be ready, if you ask for help, for people to say, I feel like that might be enabling, to offer that help. Is it help to you? Is it help? You see, I'm creating something to counter what is the ongoing story cast by the falsehood with the aid of people like the Nazi Stephen Miller, working to counter Stephen Miller and his Holocaust. Aided and abetted and created for expansion of the falsehood. You see, I've been creating something titled after the shape we face. I'm creating a play with music called The Falsehood. And I've been able to heal from complex PTSD, or learn about dealing, understanding, and since certainly before 2020, but from 2020 to 2025 to now, I've been building a song cycle and a way of distilling what I perceive happening. And it happens mostly in the dark, because it is an experience of being in the mind of liberty, of our liaising minds. But some things glow and show up. Even the falsehood themselves shows up. Who is the falsehood? I think it's possible to discover. I think it's possible, and I think it's our duty to humanity to discover and to endeavor to get them out of the street with their devices. To stop enabling a violent man who won't leave, and get them to therapy, and get people who have been attacked by minions like M, and those who would seemingly pretend that they're doing good, that there are people who would be pretenders to stewardship, who are in fact Nazi patriarchal terrorists, who are in fact members of the Klan or avowed Nazis like Elon Musk or Ku Klux Kuk, the white supremacist, white nationalist, recreational rape supporting terrorist, currently destroying the federal government. Russ, vote. People like this, mercenaries against human family, Nazis, that with the aid of those people, the falsehood has promulgated and could potentially hand off to M's Kampf. What the falsehood promulgates is not only ethnic cleansing, but it is ethnic cleansing. And it must be stopped. We are humanity, and we do not allow this kind of murder. We've grown, and we're going to stop this lynch mob spread. It's just a new round of poisoned wool blankets, and we're going to stop it. We're going to shut it down because menaces like this Nazi cuck are telling the world we get to do what we keep saying happened to this or that young child whose name will spread across the papers again and again and again and put into bills against their parents' wishes. That this rape-supporting, pedophile, rapist-supporting menace, Kevin Roberts, a little Texas wimpus, a little Texas child, a mental runt, in terms of honor or humanity or intelligence or character or any sense of morals, anything remotely like Christ, he is bereft. He is a white supremacist patriarchal terrorist. And he's killed neighbors' pets, at least one. He's a bad man. He is a bad person. Kevin Roberts, you are a bad person. You are a bad person. You're a bad person, Kevin. And you should not have continued to ask for enabling. You should have asked for help. You should ask for help now, and it will be administered to you whether or not you like it, because what you're doing is deadly, ethnic cleansing, genocidal against not just communities based on race. You are a genocidal lynch mob driver. and you will be stopped, child. Simply criminals. They're criminals. And The Hague knows their names. And habeas corpus is for every one of us. Everyone here. Everyone. The exception that proves the rule is a nice little nifty-lifty. But the exception that breaks the rule breaks it for everybody. Oh, they just want to pry up something about this or that community that they're going to try to other. Oh, it's just, but these people, oh, you don't know what they're doing. Oh, but them. Just not habeas corpus for them. Let's just trebuchet people over a border to alienate their inalienable rights. A Kevin Roberts. A Marco Rubio. Villain. You are murderers. You are torturers and murderers. And you are doing it in broad daylight while gaslighting us. And it is torture. It is torture. This is torture and grooming to accept not seeing some people as people. And do you know what happens when you choose to not see some people as people? Do you know what happens when you choose to see how nice it is that the trains run on time, as long as you just choose to not see what that smoke smell might be? Or maybe you just choose to not see some people across a border who don't have as much money as you for a reason you decide you know about. You just choose to not see them as people. Do you know what that makes you? Do you know what it makes you? If you choose to not see some people as people and let your decision-making around how we distribute resources or what we do in terms of actually looking at our actual addiction. What is our greatest addiction? Fentanyl is fucking nothing. That's just a lily pad to the actual addiction. We have an addiction to punishment. We have an addiction to violence and punishment. We have an addiction to putting someone in a dungeon. We have an addiction to being dungeon masters, not of stories or roles or discovery, not of discovery of anything but pain and shame and torture. Punishment is simply torture. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to heal people. It doesn't work to solve issues that have happened. It doesn't work. It creates more crime because it is crime, and it does more criminal damage to humankind, to human minds, to people who, especially if they are serving time, if they are holding blame for something and then being tortured in prison. We need to start jailing the jailers if they are okay with the system. We need to start jailing politicians if they're okay with the system, because it's a fucking confession of mass murder. When a city council member in Minneapolis says, I don't know, why do we need to record information when we clear a homeless encampment about whether or not people's belongings were destroyed or they got hurt, or whether there were police there or anybody recording anything, or whether their personal belongings or homes essentially were destroyed, if they lost documents that are irretrievable, if they were killed, if they got help. Why would we need any of that information? Why would we want to record that? I mean, why would we want to say we should record that? Like, to hear a city council person say that lets me know that the Joker is real. The Joker is real and their minions are real. And I don't think that the falsehood is actually the Joker. But I do think that we continue to abuse ourselves with the notion that the often erased from our minds and erased from history and erased from the tapestry of, literary works, works of art, stories and plays, how many versions of the falsehood have been destroyed? I'm not the first author. I'm not the first person to write these songs or songs about the falsehood. This is not the first production of the falsehood. This is my first production. I did a workshop in 2023, a solo version that was stumbling through the dark, but with the bed of the songs and flashing some moments of light in the dark to try to say there's an iceberg coming and it means to come. It's aimed itself directly at us and it's not changing course. Even when we move, it's drawing us like we're the force, but we're where we are and it's coming for us. Woke up this way. I just woke up this way. I just woke up this way. Woke up this way today. Woke up this way today. They are already removing habeas corpus. If they're treating people without it, it's already being removed. If people are being tortured, and people have already been tortured in CCOT, and Stephen Miller sent people there on purpose and alienated them from due process to alienate them from their inalienable rights to be tortured for being non-white, then he is a racist, torturing, murdering terrorist. He is normalizing, dehumanizing people that are not going after criminals, they're going after brown people, claiming they're criminals and terrorists and awful people. And whatever happens, he keeps on going after the people he's going after while saying he's going after whom? The worst of the worst. So our minds are drawing together that these are the worst of the worst, and why else would people be tackled to the ground like they just killed John Wick's dog? And Agent Smith is all populated with new John Wicks. It's torture. It's, some kids are going around playing a game where they go around and just like lightly tug on kids' pigtails on, if guy has a ponytail or pigtail, or girls, have pigtails, they're like, it's not nice. It's kind of like, whoa, hey. But it's really just like, nobody's trying to hurt anybody, but it's like, hey, cut it out. But then little Nellie Olson comes in. Little Nellie M. Olson comes in. And little Stephen Miller Olson says, yank, and tears out their hair. See, that's not the game of, approaching someone and saying, hey, we suspect that you we want to just check in about your documented status. We have reason to believe that you maybe have been committing crimes and, what's your documented status? Are you a citizen? That's not what they're doing. They're tackling Americans. Not only are they not calling them correctly, undocumented workers or undocumented migrants or something that has dignity and respect and fact, they're calling human beings illegals. That's bloodmouth speak. And human beings don't fuck with that. Human beings slap the mouths clean of Nazi fucking Ku Klux cucks like Stephen Miller, who put a word like illegal on a human being. Someone should knock him the fuck out when he says someone is an illegal. I hope someone does. I hope someone knocks him the fuck out cold. That when Stephen Miller calls people illegals, someone punches him so hard that he is knocked out. And when he wakes up, they're still standing there and he says, no one is illegal on earth, and certainly not on stolen land. Nazi. I even see you as human, Stephen Miller, even though you are a Dracula of your own catastrophic entropy. You are a hate-mongering cannibal boy. You're a cannibal. You are a vampire without the curse. You didn't need the curse to be a vampire. You just want to drink blood. Mouth of M. And hopefully people would applaud. And they'd say, get him some medical care. He might have a concussion. And don't ever fucking call someone illegal again. Or someone will knock you out again. Someone will knock you out again, maybe for longer. Maybe, Stephen Miller, someone will knock you out so fucking hard that you never wake up. Because calling human beings illegals is how you try to draw lynch mobs to kill people. Stephen Miller, Charlie Kirk, Alex Jones. This is how you try to draw lynch mobs. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Carrie Lake, J.D. Vance, Kevin Roberts, Tucker Carlson, Russell Brand, Elon Musk. This is how you try to draw lynch mobs. Ku Klux Kucks. You racist, bigoted Jeffrey Dahmer minds need therapy. And human beings love you and do not love your hate. And we that shall not tolerate. And I should also be intolerant of one other thing. In addition to saying that the tolerance paradox means that I am tolerant of everything except for intolerance. That I should tell you that I love you. That I love you and you're part of human family. And even if you are not ready to look into the darkness to see what light can see, if you do not want to look the falsehood in the face for your family, that we are the reality distortion fielding, that you are the reality distortion fielding, that all of us are the reality distortion fielding, that you're a me that can see those shapes and maybe see a pear or a tree or a bush or a bear or a dress form for the construct of a woman, actually. That we are the reality distortion fielding. And we can see things. We can read patterns and decide what minds can see inside minds' view. We can discover, we can uncover, we can make safe, cold brew. We are the reality distortion fielding. I'm here at the Mystery Font, and with changes in the world, I need to raise the level of what I can manifest to remain making art in this unique place. And both for my house, my home, and for this studio, that those two spaces, things are changing so that I need to find a new home and a new studio. And hopefully they can be in a place where they're nearby. Like here, they're nearby. But this is the reflecting pool at the mystery font. And here where I've been building the falsehood, I'm creating essentially a showing of the falsehood here, and for a couple of weeks at least, here, and then maybe moving somewhere else, or if we can establish an income stream through donation and patronage to the project of the falsehood and public displays of affection, and to the mystery font here, to this space to be a place for artists to continue to come and share their work and their stories and have conversations about the very tea of what's happening around us. Not just in terms of democracy or in terms of freedom being accessed in equity, but about anything. It's a place for emancipation through fostering intuition. And the unique array of chambers and portals and the bizarre actuation, the actual form of a construct of this American flag that wraps around and holds these windows, these unique spaces here at the mystery font. That in this small reflecting pool room and the little spaces that radiate out and can be seen through these portals and through the doorways. This is the imagination of democracy, this room. And the idea being that any space is part of the imagination of democracy. And that here, leaning into the low light spectrum of the falsehood, where we're really working with letting executive function rise. We want to let executive function have some kind of arrival. We want executive function to return. We want to have skills to be able to protect habeas corpus. We want to have skills to be able to foster human kindness. We want to have skills to be a safe and healthy resistance against fascism to end this before we get to a midterm. We need to actually remove this government. They are a horrific element of white supremacist patriarchal terror. They're hurting people. They're hurting people bad on purpose, and they're normalizing us seeing it, and that is about grooming us to do nothing. It's about grooming us to do nothing. It's about grooming us to do nothing. They hate empathy because ice is afraid of warmth. And seeing this blue icicle, this ship of white-hot hate that has frozen solid into a blade that Donald Trump is riding toward us, this iceberg ship. They mercilessly beat anyone on that ship for showing any sign of empathy, because someone will, how it goes is someone will come up to you and say, hey, it's dangerous for you to be here in the frozen foods aisle. And when you say, why? They say, because you could melt all this stuff. And they're right. And I want to tell you, love, that you are dangerous to fascism, because when you see an iceberg, your love, your warmth, your humanity can melt that iceberg. Your humanity can melt ice. Your humanity can melt all this stuff. Your humanness, your being connected and tapped into your vulnerability, and how we all share that, and how it is evil to keep trying to outrun the aid that is here for humanity. No one should be punished for being alive. 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 Actually, the camera obscura is pretty good today. It's a bit cluttered in here because I'm sorting through everything that I've built for the falsehood to pack it up, to be ready to, well, to move to a space to present it, but also ready maybe to move, because I need to move both studio and home, potentially. But wow, yeah, the camera obscura is pretty good today. I may have to turn it up so that you can see it on this feed. Let me see if I can do that, actually. Well, I can, but allow me to. Let's do that. Let's give it the tree, maybe. How's that? That's pretty good. So we're here at the intersection of free humanity and the meaning of life in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's Fremont. A free human being and the meaning of life in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And you're looking at the camera obscura view. And let's do this. And that. Yeah, right? So, here at the font, wow, it's a lovely day for the obscura, I must say. Holy cats. It's good, right? There's the tree. A year ago, on another episode of Mystery Font 42 Ope Intuit, I was looking at the tree and wondering about whether, when the leaves were gone, we would also see the end of democracy. And I mean, we have been seeing it. The only question is, now, will we see the end of that process, or will we see resilience to build anew or to reconstitute? Will we work to reconstitute. I think it's coming through a bit, the flag. It's not getting direct sunlight at this point, of course. But it does seem to show. Let's bring it back. Pinhole cameras can be drawn into a vivid experience. Size and focus and placement and all kinds of things play in. And they can even be turned upside down and right sideways. Because just like inside the eyeball, this dark chamber, this Cameron obscure in this camera obscura, for I am Tim Cameron. This camera obscura is in some way like what the eyeball is registering, and our brains flip it upside down. And it's nice here within the mindness of the mystery font to be within the camera obscura and to consider how our brains are always translating this. And it's a profound difference that if it suddenly left, if that translation suddenly left, we'd be thrown. Or maybe we might reach for something and grab another thing entirely because our mind is giving us somehow, or experience is showing us something that is presenting a false narrative. If there are two coats side by side on a coat rack and you grab the wrong one, or someone else does, thus leaving you an option you might not have grabbed if you'd looked closely, because it's identical except for a slightly different wear, if you really looked, and that in the pocket where you would keep your USB speaker, someone has pepper spray, and that when you reach in to push it, you accidentally trigger it on your arm and on someone nearby. That the falsehood can lurk, that it can just be misinformation or disinformation. It can just be accident. It can be neglect that lets something happen. And things happen. What do we do when we see something approaching? When we see there is an iceberg? What do we do when we see danger approaching and maybe intending to be danger? What if we see an iceberg? Do we know what to do if there is suddenly a looming iceberg? Do we talk about how maybe it's not an iceberg all day? What do we do to evade an iceberg? Remember that M is lying to us. That M and ICE are lying to us. Remember that our cities are peaceful and our problems are things that need help, not war. Americans need help, not Black Hawk attack. Americans need help rather than having Proud Boys and Ku Klux Klan and Nazis enabled to be lynch mobs. Who is driving the lynch mobs? Who is making lynch mobs safe to roam the streets again? Who is attacking neighborhoods and normalizing such attack? Who is bringing Skeksis back? Who? It's M. It's M. It's M who loves dearly that the Washington Monument kind of looks like a Ku Klux Klan hood at the top. It's M who worships Adolf Hitler. It's M who wants to make the entire world spin around the Washington Monument as a site of ritual murder, who wants to cover it with blood like a blade, who wants mayhem, who should we mark when we see them? We're talking about M. M. We're talking about M so that we can stop talking about M. We've got to talk about M. And we've got to talk about Kevin Roberts. We've got to talk about M. And we've got to talk about Kevin Roberts. We've got to talk about M. And we've got to talk about Kevin Roberts. Who has donned an age where Kevin Roberts and Stephen Miller's worst Jeffrey Dahmer fantasies could begin to come true? Who has donned an age where it is not seen as obscene murder speak to say that lying is smart from a position of massive leadership? Who has created and sustained harm who is the falsehood? Who could it be? Who do you see? Who do you think it might be? Not all of the image comes in at once, you see. There are parts of it that take a while to render, actually. Oh, wait a minute. that starts to look more familiar now. I think I might know who that is. Who has dawned an age where we say lying is smart? Who has dawned an age where we rail against people who predate upon children and ignore that he just told reporters he didn't really know who his best friend's girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was, that he didn't really know. That's quite fucking interesting. It really is, you know, to see exactly what he thinks he knows as fact and what he doesn't seem to think that he needs to know. What is a lie and how does it grow? We are the reality distortion fielding. We are a fielding of what is happening around us. We are a fielding of what is happening in the mind that is omnibus. Who is the falsehood? Who is this shadowy shape with this strange hood? Some have theorized it's merely a clan hood pulled back to quickly drape, if need be. Some have theorized it's simply the smoke of vanishapery, to vanish shape as drapery, to drape out shape to make out shape out, to show shadow ape that ape is not about. You see, the shadow knows that the falsehood knows has a 4 o'clock shadow just below the nose, that there's a shadow grows just below the nose, that there's a little shadow grows there, just a little shadow just grows there and just goes there and what is that shadow though? Why that little shadow right above the mouth? Why that little shadow? Is that a shadow though? And beneath the hood that glows, beneath that hood, is that a shadow beneath the nose that grows? Is that a shadow, though, that here, where the Washington Monument can be the point of this all? You see, there's a little square shadow, though, and I wonder, can he not shave below? Is there always a light just above, just so? Is it, in fact, just darker furrow? Is that possibly not the shadow? Maybe my mind is clouded. The shadow knows. The nose knows. The nose of the falsehood knows if that's a 5 o'clock shadow grows forever, it seems, just below the news. I wonder. I wonder who is the falsehood, and whether when spin spins the planet, and we know that we have become toy and top, but one spun, not this is not a dominance we cop. What is a world where lying is smart? And what is that if not a Hitler mustache that's growing beneath the nose of the falsehood? And these remnants that show up in the mystery font, that come through the veil somehow, through morphic resonance or whatever it is that lets these arrive so non-contraptually, but simply aption. We are field and we receive. Just like the flag outside transmits in through the eye, so through the eyes of liberty here, of which I'm standing in one, or more if I open another door for another view, I'm standing in the eye of liberty. And I'm somewhat comforted by the translation not being done for me, that somehow the world being flipped horizontally and vertically, and being presented in a rectangular room, thus warping from most points of view how the camera obscura comes into view, the view in which I'm immersed. It lets me be somewhat unbuckled to consider everything. And this is the mindness. This is the mindness of the imagination of democracy. That anyone, literally anyone, can come here to understand what this do. And your intuition has things that bring you into view, and that only you would see, that only you knew, and so could read in the language that is on the walls here. You see, the mystery font includes a language in script that shows us every grip, every single moment that has ever happened here on this stolen land is viewable. Every expression, every twitched ligament, every scream of joy or terror or hope is all over. I don't know that it's mostly or any blood here that wrote this color, but it was transmuted from where it was blood, from where it was land, from where it was earth, from where it was dust, from where it was air, from where it was nightmare that was partly just about confusion and partly just about fear, and not knowing that there's a difference between enabling and help. At least not in a moment. Not being able to ask for help. We are the mindness. We are humanity. No one doesn't belong. No one shouldn't visit the neighborhood. No one isn't welcome to do 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 bow 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 bow. It's a wonderful day in this neighborhood, a wonderful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a wonderful day in this beauty wood, a lovely day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I've always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Let's see this iceberg and steer out the way. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Hello, neighbor. It's a lovely neighborhood. You know, it's not fun to see some of the things that are here, but some of the things are fun or beautiful or dormant and waiting to be revivified. It's not easy to look into the darkness when you know that there's an iceberg. It's not easy. It's not easy to look into the darkness when you know that there is a shadow over the world of falsehood. It's not easy to open your eyes when you've been told there's an iceberg and you're not sure if you can find the steering wheel. An iceberg coming into our neighborhoods. And can we see the flag? And if it's not waving over a place with habeas corpus and due process, and where we are all observing how we are all created equal and treating one another in that way, then we are essentially lost. Lost. We're lost. And I want to congratulate the people of the armed forces who showed up for that horrific event that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump did recently to try to defile and demean and degrade people and their expertise and their missions, which are sworn to protect the Constitution, this country, and the people from enemies foreign and domestic. And that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump essentially just tried to piss all over those assembled military minds and marvels. Those people, with all kinds of merit. And certainly they're human beings, and no one's perfect. But good God, you pull all of those people from around the world. You endanger their missions by removing them. You endanger their missions by bringing them all into the same place, knowingly announced. You broadcast it. Good God, how many different ways can you telegraph things that you shouldn't telegraph to people who shouldn't know about them? But first off, why would you want to degrade and demean and belittle service members, let alone leadership, brain trust? It's insane. But the holding of the gravity of oath, the holding of oath and the holding of silence that truly did create the technology that has been rumored. But I don't know if we've seen it in action before, but that was a full deployment of urine dome. I saw not one drop of Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump's piss anywhere on that audience. I don't think it made it off the stage. It seemed to all just spray back in Donald Trump's face. Even piss from Pete Hegseth seemed to just spray into the face of Donald Trump. Maybe that's part of the thrill, is that Donald and Stephen Miller, that's M. That Donald and Stephen Miller just enjoy. Charlie Kirk, Tim Pool, they'd enjoy how when they do trigger people, that their stream of piss gets flashed back at them when people actually have boundaries and are like, nah. And like, nary a drop on the good people of your own town. And you're in town when Stephen Miller is around, because so often it just sprays back on him. But he must like the shame of such poor moral aim. Pouring on the reason for his infame. The reason for the infame of M. The very infamy of the murderer. The murderer, known as M. Who else would collude to bring such an iceberg to shore? Who else would collude with Kevin Roberts and Russ Vought and Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Peter Thiel to bring iceberg Titanic? Who wants an iceberg in our home or our neighborhood or our city anyway? Who, thank you, who wants ice? Well, I think the people who want ice are those employed by ICE, and that's the Ku Klux Klan and Nazis. Bigots and mercenaries who act as if they are soulless. None of them are, but they act as if they are. And so we have a situation where M and ICE are together working to spread M everywhere. That the mayhem and mayonnaise of murder, of mass murder, the mayonnaise and mayhem of M is his terroristic lynch mob doing mass murder. They're kidnapping people off of the street. They're kidnapping people from jobs. They're kidnapping people who are the best of us, under the guise of them being the worst of the worst. What does that mean? Let's connect the dots. Stephen Miller says these people, being good Americans, are the worst of the worst. And what's the common denominator? What's the thing that they have argued to the Supreme Court to take away human rights for? Racial profiling. So they are picking up innocent people who are guilty of being non-white or guilty of being queer or trans, guilty of being critical of Donald Trump, people who are guilty of being American. Guilty of being American is one of those horror shapes. Guilty of being alive. These are horror shapes. They are horror shapes. And M and ICE are dehumanizing other people. The sad fact is that when you dehumanize people, you end up dehumanizing yourself. It doesn't mean that M or ICE are not human, but it does mean that they are acting in a way that is inhuman. It does mean that M and ICE are acting like mice. That M and ICE, and I don't mean to disparage the animal who coincidentally has the name mice, pronounced the same as M and or ICE, but acting like mice, like M and ICE, acting to dehumanize and torture and to normalize people tolerating graphic, horrific, maiming, attack, and shaming, villainizing, vilifying, and demonizing of people in torture and character assassination and moral rape. It is excoriation. It is a hoax of villainy. It is a hoax of infamy. It is a hoax of a mark of murderer upon someone else. Because that's why you tackle someone like that they're holding some device that's about to go off and you know you can grab their arm and save the day from these evil. That is the bizarro John Wick venom that Stephen Miller allows, maybe coerces, certainly incentivizes, hires for, and loves to see. I don't know if it technically is love, but he lusts for it so much that it's essentially his food. He is the murderer. He is the murderer. And he is M. And we need to arrest him. We need to arrest Russ Vought. And we need to arrest M. We need to do it now because they're killing and torturing people now. That we've been tolerating it for months doesn't make it good. When we know what's happening, when we see the iceberg, when we know people can be saved, we open up every facility, we arrest and prosecute anyone who stops Senate oversight of every single ICE facility. Or if people block it, they go to jail. These are human rights atrocities. They're happening. They're happening. Arrest Stephen Miller. It's important because it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. And that's why we stop it now. because we realize we're not dealing with good faith actors. We're not dealing with an administration of the United States of America. This is a siege by the Confederacy. And recognizing what it is, recognizing that this iceberg is the Confederacy as lynch mob and administrative state, then we see a way, because we look for and find a way to split this iceberg like a rotten diamond. To melt it with empathy, because your love, your empathy, your humanity, it's not safe for you to be around all this ice, because you and your humanity could melt all this stuff. If we had focused it before now, we might have been able to keep the shards that are hitting us now and maiming and torturing and killing people. We could have stopped it. But it's not about sad about yesterday. It's about glad we have a chance to stop it. Glad we have a chance to stop it. That as a murderous, terroristic, white supremacist, patriarchal terrorist, bigoted regime sowing multiple kinds of genocide in America says it's not only going to stick around for its entire term, as if we don't recognize they've all broken their oaths, but they're going to go for, a triple dipple. No, that's a sour nipple. No. And not even a whipple tell us we want that tickle. No. We have to recognize it. So I'm creating performance that is about, it's also coinciding with the release of a new single, 6, The Feet of Separation. And 6, The Feet of Separation, it's a new version of, for a different part in the play, or for a different versions in different formats potentially, but also just to live outside of it and be something that's in the schema of audience when they see the piece. When I put out a version of 6 Feet of Separation, initially it was 19 minutes. And then there was one that was 9 that had kind of a larger melodic structure to it that had been in my mind kind of since the beginning, but just not realized. And now, there's the bear in the dress form. Now, this new version is coming out on Tuesday. And let's see here. Well, this is the image that is that's on the single, and this is another misty rendering from what we believe is a sighting of the falsehood. And as far as I know, that's potentially true, that this is indeed some kind of a photogram of sorts taken from the moment just before or after the falsehood had winnowed their way into a moment of reality, of a speech. This potentially was a speech of Donald Trump, or maybe it was a junket with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That really, the wisps of hokum that seem to be disappearing. I mean, I'm almost seeing like eyes or something. So we assume that, I think because it starts to coalesce as a person, we assume that this is in fact, well, this one is just so distinct. I have to believe it could be genuine. But I think it aptly stands in. And so this is the image on the single. And perceiving the falsehood in ourselves and in others, perceiving whether we're showing other people love, perceiving whether we truly are loving our neighbor as ourselves, regardless of whether or not we are beholden to any religion or ideology that has words like that to it. I think many of us are, in different versions, just something like a golden rule or the admonishment to love thy neighbor as thyself, that came from at least one person where are we going if we're not consistent with the most basic? It's really the most basic, isn't it? If we're unwilling or unable or sabotaged to the idea of loving our neighbor as ourself, are we anything? Are we anything except, well, are we not just slightly more parasite? If we don't want to be awake enough to be aware of how to love our neighbor by knowing them, by hearing them when they say, "You hurt me." That when our neighbor says, "Do I matter to you at all? Like, do I matter as a person? Do you care? Do I matter?" That if your neighbor in response says, "All the family matters to me. Everybody, how dare you? How dare you, ingrate, accuse me that you don't matter?" What? If somebody doesn't want to say, "You matter," I didn't mean to hurt you. They're not really acting like a neighbor. They're not really acting like family. They're not really acting, frankly, they're not really acting like a human being, and they're not really acting like a patriot. Because if you care about what's happening in your community, you care. You administer care, whether it's encouragement or you say, "Hey, I'll send somebody. I'm just stopping up at the gas station. I'm going to send somebody back." Or you say, "Hey, give me a call if you don't find a way home. I'm coming back by. Just text me." You lend a hand or let them know that they do not deserve to be alone without the hand that you can't offer. If you are not a delivery of love, you have the wrong package. Who tells us not to be woke? Who tells us not to criticize the person who has taken and holds the watch? Who sees a storm or a sickness coming and is told this will be the challenge of your presidency and says, "You know, I'm going to say it's no big deal because I don't want to cause a panic. I don't want to cause a panic. I don't mean to cause a panic." So when Bob Woodward asks me, why am I downplaying COVID and pretending like it's not deadly and communicated by breath that we, really don't know much except that it's super dangerous and people should be masking, etc. Why are you downplaying it? And he says, I just don't want to cause a panic. And if that's all you say, you have to understand the person is either incompetent or has volition to dose people with pathogen. That is a war crime. If you have the watch and you choose to use information for sabotage, you are conducting war on your country, on your bosses, on your country people. You are committing acts of asymmetrical, undeclared war. For 6 weeks, I believe, Donald Trump didn't mean to cause a panic, in quotes, yet. He didn't mean to cause a panic yet. He didn't mean to cause a panic yet. Because that's a mighty fucking Trump card. It was just an act of God. Who could have known that, 1.2 million deaths. Who do we thank? We should be up and at M and the falsehood. M and the falsehood. That's right. Stephen Miller and the falsehood killed 1.2 million people intentionally. They committed mass murder of Americans intentionally. Rotting, horrific detention centers in Trump's first presidency were a major priority of Stephen Miller to murder people with sickness that would grow. So tank the pandemic team. So don't really do anything to reconstitute it when you hear that shit is going down. And tell people that shit isn't really going down, it's all under control. Because you don't mean to cause a panic until it's too late to prevent it. Actually, much, much longer past. You didn't mean to allow a cognizance of a reason for vigilance because you want to guarantee and control a panic. That is treason. That is treason. Stephen Miller and Donald Trump should be in prison for the intentional murder and rupture of their oaths thereby, the intentional murder of 1.2 million people and the attempted murder of hundreds of millions of people. 300 million people. Attempted mass murder with chemical, biological warfare. Period. He didn't mean to cause a panic. And so 6 feet of separation is nice. Message from a friend and a supporter. That's so nice. Six, the Feet of Separation is releasing on Tuesday. That's the new version of it. Much more languid, kind of temporally drawn-out versions are already released under the name From the Sound Up on Apple iTunes, Apple Music, and at least for the now, at least, or as of Tuesday, at least for a while on Spotify, although I have the thought of maybe pulling that. I'm really not sure that I want to participate in any way with them anymore. But in any case, find 6, that's the number 6, the Feet of Separation. And I'm going to share it. And first, let's take a look. Yes. Stephen Miller and Trump want you to reject the evidence of your ears and eyes. The falsehood will tell you your eyes are evil to see. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news yet preempt remedy displays false identity. We are the reality distortion fielding. And this is the mystery font. And let's be honest, I think it's rather apparent that, well, and no shame, none whatsoever. In fact, it's a good thing. Just good to be aware and just transparent about when one is having an episode, so that, being aware of just what one is going through and piloting and fomenting or healing or learning or whatever, that it's okay. There's nothing wrong with having various kinds of an episode from time to time. And this is indeed an episode of Mystery Font 42. Ope Intuit. I've been making this theater web series, Mystery Font 42 Ope Intuit, for a few years now. and bringing artists here to the font to record them, to start an archive. And it's been somewhat slow going in terms of finding, although there have been some marvelous artists, that I think it's kind of, with fewer third spaces and more shaming and excoriation of people for need or creativity, and, you know, punishment of education or of critical thinking or of dissent, it's difficult to know that it's maybe safe to come and share art or ideas or talk about democracy. And this place remains. And wherever I go, the mystery font will be there. But here at the mystery font 42, I'm asking for your help and patronage to let this continue. That I, as an artist who is on the autism spectrum and someone dealing with complex PTSD, I have a narrow bandwidth in which I can truly be really effective. And I've been working with everything that I have to foster this space and series, and to foster the creation of The Falsehood, a piece about seeing lies and understanding we're being lied to, and about knowing what to do, having the moral courage to ask for help rather than enabling, the moral courage to take action, the moral courage to learn if there's learning that needs to happen that's outside of a comfort area, that threatens one's substrate of self-image, to see that there's no danger to unpacking oppression unless you want to profit from it. Unless you want to profit from retrenching enslavement, you do not need to fear disassembling white supremacy. Unless you want to be a slave master, you should celebrate joining human family fully and stepping out of the I wanna me, be manifest destiny me. I wanna me manifest destiny me. Give me my destiny manifested. Give me possessions. We have to be human together, and it means being humane. And it means not writing out some people as the cost of their not human business. It's insanity, it is antichrist, and it is absolutely unconstitutional, the torture, the racism, the othering, the dehumanization, and the mass murder and accompanying crimes by M and Musk and vote. We need to relieve ourselves of these damaged monsters. They need help, not enabling. They need help, not assistance, to continue to be a cancer. We are de-icers. We believe in DEI and access because that's humanity. And this is indeed, as I've been saying and meandering from and around, good golly, it's an episode of Mystery Font 42, Ope Intuit. Why lie? Why does the falsehood with the alacrity and incision of cancer, promulgates such pure falsehood? Why do a demonstrable, massive lie in a way that seemingly coerces people to simply swallow a lie? Why lie? You need to take quite a walk to innovate horrific technology of lies to coerce lynch mobs into normalcy under hoodwinking, as Charlie Kirk has done.
The field was...
And who gave the model? I think it was this gent, this man.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It does not excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer your question.
No, you did not. You did not answer the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
Largest ever.
You see, he made a speech. Sean Spicer hoaxed people by storming in as Maddie Daddy, saying all the press had been batty, and lies, and oh, how the press was catty, and actually deny attack to reverse victim and offender. In fact, Donald Trump is not the liar. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. It was the press who was lying. It was the press who was lying. Of course. Gosh, golly, golly, golly gosh. It's like nobody's ever seen before. It's like nobody has ever heard the term Darvo before. You see, deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. You'll see it most everywhere. If you're paying attention to Roosevelt or M, you'll definitely see it all day if you're paying attention to M. You'll see Darvo if you're paying attention to the genocideer Elon Musk. You'll most definitely see Darvo from Roosevelt. You will see Darvo from Kevin Roberts. You will see Darvo from Jordan Peterson, who seemingly did not understand that America is experiencing and committing what Germany experienced and committed. He actually said the way he would avoid, or what he would do if he had to lie to save Anne Frank, essentially, is to have never been in that situation. Well, if I made so many, I would have to make so many terrible, ridiculous, awful mistakes to end up in such a situation that I would never be there. Yes, but what if you were? What if you were born there? I mean, many people did not mean to. Well, I would never be in that situation. He says, from within the situation. Either he is a Nazi who does not care that some people are not people to Nazis in America, or he is actually that incompetent, actually that up his own ass, that he doesn't recognize. He is in a room where at that very minute, someone could walk in and say, "You're coming with me," and him saying, "That's my cousin and my driver, and you're not going to take him," or something to prevent it. That he was there, that he's there in that world now, saying there's nothing wrong. And a keen manipulator through Darvo. Charlie Kirk, Darvo all day. It's just hokum. It's just a sphere of streaming hokum. And eventually, the field of it, whether or not we perceive it, clouds our view almost entirely. He didn't only say that he can shoot one of us in the street and not lose someone. That's stalker, murderer territory enough. That's already bad and evil. But sound worse, here comes a click. Worse than that, when Donald Trump claimed that he could shoot us in the street and not lose anyone, he was talking about how much his supporters love him. He didn't just say that he could kill someone. And he didn't even say I won't get in trouble. He said, and I won't lose any supporters. But it was framed as an irrationally sick measure of his popularity, or let's say his power, or let's say his hold over people, or his hold on a hood of falseness, his grip on a web of hokum and reality distortions, cognitive distortions, and Darvo. We are there. We are in fog. And so, I want to share the song cycle from The Falsehood and the experience of this low light, from a full blackout, from total darkness, that some images start to emerge. Because I think looking into the dark together, we're going to see something. We're going to see something there. And I believe you will see something and know what to do. And here's the thing. Tuesday, 6 The Feet of Separation, this new single releases. And as part of the release, I'm going to be performing the song and the song cycle here at the Mystery Font. And audiences of up to 11 people, but as little as 1 or 2 people are welcome to come. It's a micro theater experience of this music and glowing image that looks somewhat like this sample I will now share. That in the dark, we see writing and shapes, animations moving, including people, but we just see a fragment of them. We just see a fragment of a building, or just the circles around someone's eyes. And the strange, is that a false hood of hair that they have? And their hands pumping as if pumping an organ, like a concertina. But that in the dark, these few shapes knit together with our mind and are knit together to have some meaning, that in the darkness there is a bandwidth of meaning that becomes visible. And it talks about how we are all in each of us. We are each of us in an individual abusive relationship with the same person at the same time. You are in an abusive relationship. You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? We are the reality distortion fielding. Assessing, do we sense the falsehood in ourselves and in others? And when we do, what do we do? What do we do when we hear the falsehood and people's lives are at stake? What do we do when we ask for accountability and the truth and we receive darvo and falsehood? Building trust may seem like a haphazard choice in a world where lying is smart and adversariality means get on top and be top dog. But the idea that preemptive attack because everybody else is just about to do the same thing has launched 1,000 bad relationships and 1,000 manifestly destined murder parties. We can do different. We can do better. I am currently looking for developing the funding structure to present the falsehood in not just in Minneapolis, but elsewhere around the world, certainly in New York, and to sustain the studio as well as my home, or to find a new place, pardon me. I'm now at that project and am in need as an artist with funds to continue this project. And I dearly hope to do it here at the Mystery Font, where I'll be doing showings for a couple of weeks at least. And I ask that you consider being a patron of the work of Public Displays of Affection. It's everything that I have being put in to Mystery Font 42 and The Falsehood as projects to save us. We need to be able to talk about what we're sensing, and we do that better when we're able to dial in and find a safe way to think and to think together, or foster critical thinking and emotional intelligence and moral courage that lets us dial in to a difficult realization and mobilization to end a war that has been started against America by the White House. We're experiencing asymmetrical, undeclared, but all the same, asymmetrical warfare. We're experiencing asymmetrical warfare. And this piece needs to reach people in an expansive way. And I need help to be able to pay a cast of mostly BIPOC performers. I need to pay musicians. I need to pay spaces. I need to pay for rehearsal space. People creating what helps should earn a living wage. And I dearly want and need to be able to pay the valued artists and technicians and collaborators who will work on the falsehood. And as a sentinel intelligence and justice sensitivity resonant mind, I really look out for myself less. And I need to dial in to be really specific and ask for help, for your support now to help me foster public displays of affection. The Mystery Font series, and most of all, to foster the falsehood. And so please take a look. The website is available through this QR code, and that's one way you can make a donation of patronage. Or also, take a look at From the Sound Up on iTunes or other places where you can purchase or stream. And now, I'm going to share 6 of the Feet of Separation. There's this new version. Initially, it was much more airy and languid, and that's not totally gone, but it's shrunk from 19 minutes to 9 minutes, and now to a somewhat taut 6 minutes. But I think I'm down with that. I am completely good with 6 of the Feet of Separation being exactly 6 minutes long. And this is a super low-key. I think I'm going to stay away from doing anything maybe visually. At least that's my thought out of the gate here. There we go. That we have, aha, there we go. Yes. So, there we go. It should be able to stay up. Come now, come now. Come now, King Friday. So, please do, sorry about the noise. Please do consider making a donation of patronage through the website available through the QR code. That's publicdisplaysofAffection.art. And I, Tim, am Public Displays of Affection and From the Sound Up, which is essentially just the music part of what I'm creating. And get rid of weird shadows. There we go. And pile of materials here for those with the full view. Got some, there's a spaceship right there. Well, all the clearer when we go to blackout, but this is going to be 6, the feet of separation. And remember, Donald didn't mean to cause a panic. I mean, come on, he told us. He told us, right? And he said that he didn't mean to cause a panic. Right? And I mean, prepared people can plan and plan quick. And he didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet, 6 the feet of separation. He 6 the feet of separation. He 6 the feet of separation. It's not working as well right now. It's supposed to be, I see what it is. Anyway, so I'm going to share 6 feet of separation. This is coming out on Tuesday. And again, you can find the QR code will take you to, come now, it's trying to make me, there we go. The QR code will take you to publicdisplaysofAffection.art, where you can find other video clips from The Falsehood and some other ideas and work, and more to come. Soon enough, I will be laying in a schedule beginning Tuesday of at least a single nightly performance of The Falsehood, as a couple of weeks of observation of this release, heading towards the 28th of October, because that is the anniversary of the dedication of the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty, who is the main character, the hero of The Falsehood. So.
Next, I'll be joined by a...
Oh my gosh, my favorite person. I would be down to listen to Ziwe right now, but I think I'm going to do this. Let's see what the level is at. This should be all right. So this again is 6 feet of separation. And I am a public display of affection. And so.
Very iconic guest.
Oh, I wonder, maybe we're not connected to the device that I think we are. That would do it. We are. I guess I need to. There we go. Yes, I think we should be good now. 6 feet of separation, 6 degrees of separation, 6 feet of separation, 6 feet of Kevin Bacon. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II as Allied radar read their crew. And what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. Guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. You guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. You guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. You guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody actual Trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart wants. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your word's an honest one. How long must you menace us? Do you doubt the new Colossus? You're a real card. You're a real card. You're a real card. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the the feet of separation. So a full version of that without the live singing that I just did. But I've recorded a version of that that's coming out on Tuesday. And there will be a campaign of fundraising in addition, but certainly purchasing that song on iTunes or elsewhere, or streaming it and sharing it, that is massive, 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 massive help. Any support that you can give of your attention to the work, or to help other people see what I'm building, at the website that this QR code goes to, publicdisplaysofAffection.art, or any kind of patronage that you can offer, financial or otherwise. And if you can help, or you know someone who can, if you know someone who is looking for a project that fosters executive function for us to recognize assembling tyranny and know how to make that evaporate in the light of law and order and justice, that is for the Constitution and not okay with tolerating intolerance like Project 2025. We need to remove this ridiculous regime. We cannot do it if we don't recognize the iceberg. And this piece, The Falsehood, and this latest version of 6 Feet of Separation, meant to be, shorter and less expansive, so that sentences don't take a minute to unfold, so that you can hopefully hear. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. That even with a mistake, it hopefully lands. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. It's fast enough and cohered and distilled enough that hopefully it's a foothold, or a mental, a kind of grasping handhold of some kind, because we need art, music, creativity to create footholds for us to understand the world around us, especially in times of massive destabilization. So please support Public Displays of Affection at this QR code, or on Patreon, but and look for upcoming showings. If you're in Minneapolis, or will be, or if you want to bring some version, whether sonic or entire spectrum of performance, if you want to bring The Falsehood to where you are, that's a possibility, and one I would like to foster. It's a space of meditative calm to allow executive function to rise and come up, so that as we sit in the dark and see some shape that we think we recognize, and we hear a voice and say, oh yes, isn't that time that he said, he was asked if he would follow the rules, if he would trust the vote of the people, and the vote of the people would, that's how the game goes, that's how you get elected. The people's vote decides, and if you decide, as the people decide, to remove you from office, then you need to do a peaceful transfer of power. Do you agree to the rules? He was asked, and he said, I'll keep you in suspense. Just like J.D. Vance said, I'm just thinking about the future. I'm really focused on the future. When you're asked a question that's pivotal and a deal breaker, and someone says, oh, well, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. I'm just thinking about the future. That is a dangerous con artist. That's a dangerous, dangerous lynch mobbing con artist in this case, in terms of J.D. Vance. We have fascism. We have Nazis. We have ICE with every shade of white, incel, patriarchal terrorist, Ku Klux Klan out there seems to be what's populating ICE. And that has to end. Those people need therapy. They don't need to be empowered to be the worst possible version of the bully. The insanity of Melania having had a campaign against bullying, and ICE literally employing these psychopaths and sociopaths and murderers who, I mean, these are the most troubled, worst, most immature, corrupted, evil and violent men in America. They're the worst people we have. They are the worst of the worst. And this is another way in which we're dealing with, well, it's really the same thing over and over again. What prey is it of which I speak? Let me find it. All right. There we are. Let's just adjust the view here, if we can do that, slightly, I think. Yes? That's better. Because what we're dealing with, dear gentle friend, we're dealing with something that happens again and again. It's a common shape in history because narcissists employ it regularly. We're dealing with hearing an opposite of reality, in the sense that someone who is invading us will call other people the invaders. Why? Because their mind can only conceive of the kind of havoc and exploitation they desire. And their guilt also seeps it out into reality. There we are. And we're back in the room. As a artist working almost entirely alone, it is a thing that sometimes the mic will go, or the battery will go, or the camera falls and I don't know for an hour and I'm filming the ground. And so having the ability to hire and pay for the time of valued collaborators is a massive shift that I need as an artist to be able to really function at the top of my possibility of what I can offer. And we do have a failure between our mind and action. We need to identify this individual one right here who has, with this lovely head of completely real hair, taken over reality. But you see, narcissists do that. Narcissists will always do that to a family, and at the scale of a nation, they will do that to humanity. Who is the falsehood? I have an idea. I have an idea of who the falsehood just might be. I think we're on to something. I think we're on to something. I think someone might have information that could lead us to the identity of the falsehood. At least let's run it down, right? At least let's run it down. Let's be sure that we know what's happening. Let's be sure that we understand, that we are assured that we know how to protect reality. A narcissist will corrupt and seek to control reality. They will tell you that their watch is broken and that, well, you're savvy and smart like me enough to know that a meeting is not a meeting to miss for an entrepreneur of such perspicacity. Good golly. But certainly you would you have the confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? There's nothing wrong with human need, and someone should feel fine to ask for such aid. But the original con artist and the con artist in charge of the White House, at least in title, took the watch, saying he would be guardian, that his oath would make him the one to hold watch as the one who presides. And then he crushed it into a scepter. If it wasn't clear that it was misshapen into a cudgel of reality before, say like on January 5th, 2021, then it was reality made carnate when he broke his oath and broke the watch on January 6th. The question about January 6th really comes down to volition or incompetence. Was Donald Trump either so incompetent that he did just about destroy democracy, or was it volition? Was it incompetence or volition? Did he mean to do the end of democracy, or did he do such a bad job that he almost accidentally ended democracy? Which reason is it for which he is totally disqualified? Where on the continuum between pure incompetence and unadulterated volition is Donald Trump? Generally, and with regards to January 6th, did he mean to do it, or did he do it so badly while trying to do good? Is he bad at being good, or is he good at being bad? Anywhere in between doesn't make it better. Nowhere on the spectrum of I almost ended democracy on purpose and I almost ended democracy by mistake, nowhere on the spectrum is better. A mixed state means he meant to do it and also was kind of bad at doing that, but meant to do it and also did it. And now that he is nearly done with the second stage of insurrection, now that he is far along to cementing his Trump Project 2025, his Nazi patriarchal terrorist enslavement of Americans, maybe we can start to track this iceberg. Because as bad as it is, and it's bad, terrible things are happening outside in America. But the actual iceberg hasn't even really hit. We have seen massive shards, massive shards. And who's carrying them around? Who's promulgating them? Who's spinning them into space? Well, the iceberg sending shards across the country, those shards are being hurtled around by Stephen Miller. But the iceberg of a massive white blade of ice called the Bad Ship Manifest Destiny is going to hit us if we don't arrest Project 2025, kit, caboodle, and kill squad. We take them all and we take them to therapy and accountability. Period. Iceberg neutralization. We believe in DEI and we access the state of being what? Well, of course, we are DEI. We are de-icers. Or some people pronounced it de-icers. We are de-icers. We stand against ICE. We are de-icers. We are de-icers. We and our empathy can melt all this stuff. Our empathy is dangerous to Project 2025 because it can melt all this stuff. Our hearts can melt all this stuff. We are de-icers, and we can melt all this stuff. And said so. It's a pity that it's not slightly more bright or contrast heavy. While it's registerable, some days have more pops and light that would let the camera obscura be a little more apparent. But here we are. I say it, and then I find actually there is something we can, I think, have enjoyable aspect upon here. For here we are. It's just a little kind of smallish. Oh, I can maybe move this closer. I want this to be center frame for our center frame vertical viewers on Instagram. There we go. It's really got some, what do we got? Some spry revelation of sun from behind the clouds. So essentially, this is the world outside coming in. And every day the sun makes its transit. Every day the pattern of the sky and clouds and light, birds, planes, Superman. It all peeks through. And if you just look for a moment, it might look like it's static, but you only need to look for a second to see that this is motion. The motion of clouds, of air and wind and things tossed about, many of which are not visible except maybe as haze that influences what light gets through and where it goes to, where it's diffused. If you do come to the Mystery Font 42 during the daytime to experience the camera obscura, or for a daytime or nighttime showing of the falsehood, I think you will find some moment with the camera obscura that's truly lovely, whether it's rather gentle and almost missable potentially. You might not notice that it's not just a random sort of fire of light simply reflecting, but is truly a print of sorts of the sky. But there are times when the entire wall or the floor or the ceiling is filled with a massive vehicle or a sky full of clouds that are like tiny little shining cannonballs, or it's truly amazing. When the ground is covered with snow, everything is white except for the cars or the people coming through, just floating in light. And when someone walks on the sidewalk, they are on the ceiling. When they come to the door and knock on the door, they're standing literally above me as I answer the door. It's all lovely, and it's just science. It's just optics. It's the way it happens, that the world outside, as you'd see it looking out of the pinhole, in this pinhole camera that we're inside of, you'd just see the world not backwards horizontally and not upside down, but right side up and flipped across. And being here, even with a fairly busy street of this fairly busy intersection, there's always a tranquility here. In this former tiny dentist's office with at least 2 offices, 2 separate dentist's office suites, really 4 suites, but I think 2 practices. And it really is an interesting choice. This was built in 1940, and I believe this is the original wallpaper. And so these red and white stripes, are they not really also the barber's pole wrapped around the room at an angle, at an angle that lets it look like vertical stripes? That the barber's pole, because the barber was the dentist. And so this place where I've been told outside by someone passing by, hey, oh my God, they saved my life. A doctor saved my life here once. It's like, really, here at the dentist's office that used to be here? Yeah. Oh boy, man, my mom took me. Why, this guy saved my life. Wow, I'm so glad. So you're here, huh? Yeah, I'm working on helping people in my own way. Oh, that's great, man. You're making art. Cool, neat. Man, yeah, that's so great that I get to share my story. And he moves on. I mean, every place, it doesn't need to be a place with the mission, an establishment with the mission of care, to be an establishment with the mission of care. If we're human, care is somewhere. Or we have become the scare. We've become the pay a share. We've become the uncentering square. The centered and uncentering square. Part of the beauty of this, too, is that what happens on the wall with all of this variation is the font that is within the walls of these squiggles and shapes that are highlights within the white and red stripes, that they're being vastly selected and manipulated by the majestic movement of these clouds at tiny scale here in the font, revealing little pieces of what might seem an expression on someone's face, or a map, or a cartoon of an expression. or a high contrast shadow of a face you can barely make out but know is Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man, or of another that you think might be Cobra Commander. They're all signaling from the street. They're all signaling from the lanes. They're all signaling from the mystery font, 42, and 42 to read the signs. Let's go closer. You see, here is the font. It has become revelation only if of its shape, that this is a massive multi-sigil of all experience, being, schema, possibility, and hoped for new yet to come, new under the sun. Think of the scream that you last heard most recently of a mother being ripped by a child, away from a child, by ice. And what does the font show you? Is it a squiggle in the dark? Is it the one shining light? Is it what's left under the shadow? Is it the 5 o'clock shadow below the nose of the falsehood? What do you see in the light that is in the dark? What do you see in the dark when there is nothing but dark? What do you see in the dark when there's nothing but dark and a light starts to show? A light that you know but cannot identify how you know. That starts to speak a language only you can read. You are the mindness. You are human kindness. And you have every symptom that you are a kindness come. And I know that you are seeing something, even just the barest glimpse of a face, of an eye, of a smile, of a regret, of a writ. How do these shapes show up? What do they tell us? What face is humming or shrieking or wincing or smiling or hoping? What does Lincoln have to tell us with the sigils that make up his life? This is the mystery font 42 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I beg of you that you consider buying a copy of 6 the Feet of Separation, that you consider visiting publicdisplaysofAffection.art at the QR code on screen to support with patronage my work, my continued status of having a home and continued status of having a studio in which to do work. It is all I'm here to do, is to help us look into the darkness and look at what's there. And I may not have the answer, but I have a way to help us be aware. And I can be corrected by you, and I can be your pupil, or else how could I ask you to be mine? How could I ask you to look through that pupil there? Or to understand that inside that pupil here, there is a pupil here that can invite you to something that can help. Please, 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 please consider following Public Displays of Affection on YouTube, at this channel if you're watching it on YouTube, or search me out. Please consider following wherever you find me. Please consider purchasing music on iTunes or elsewhere by From the Sound Up. For the time, that's the band name for music speak. speaking of music, that is. And we're here at the font. I'm here at the font, working to assemble a small cast, doing these solo showings that I'm starting on Tuesday and in the next couple of weeks, doing these solo showings to show people in the room that this glow spectrum, especially in the total blackout, really offers something that theater hasn't done before. And it's not about yay me explorer, it's about yay exploring. It's about yay saying something when you see something. And I'm saying that there's something here to see. And this unique arrangement of these, the ventricles and chambers of these chambers and portals, and how we can look into one reality from another and see, is that, oh yes, there's an echo of the falsehood right there. That in the blackout, you'd only see the hair and the eyes, and maybe the hand, maybe holding the Bible. But it's that selection, that selective, pardon me, what's the word I'm looking for? Selective deprivation. Because in the dark, what we're experiencing, I mean, in the case of the day Donald Trump had a peaceful protest cleared years ago, he held aloft a Bible upside down. And so in the piece, his hand would glow, whether we're coloring the hand of the actor or using a glowing glove. You'd simply see the eyes and hair and the glowing hand and Bible held upside down, just glowing and floating in the space. And it's meant to be these seemingly disembodied, or at least freed from the question of embodiment to some degree, that our mind can see what it sees. It can understand what it understands. Maybe without context, we don't know. Maybe we don't understand that it's a book. Maybe we don't know if we don't know how to look. Maybe all of the context comes together to let us know that it's a book, or that it's that book. But this is definitely a sigil of great emblem for the falsehood as a project, because so much of the lies that cement oppression are based around capitalizing upon and exploiting people through the exploitation of religion. And so this is quite a symbol for the falsehood. And bears a similarity too to the card that is played by Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump and others in the falsehood. Because it is really only white supremacy and white supremacists who make anything about race. And so Donald Trump plays the white card. We are the reality distortion fielding. It's the mystery font. And you are part of the intuition of humanity. You can see and understand. Oh, it's so dim. If you were here, you would be able to make it out. The human eye is better than some of these cameras at points and in certain contexts. We are a majestic species, and all of us deserve to be here. all of us. It's time to make sure that we're treating all humans humanely. It's time to make sure. And it's time to be that insurance. It's time to no longer accept need not being met, because need is sacred. Need is entirely sacred. And the only person who would tell you that need is bad, or that you should not be woke to the needs of others, would want to take from you. You see? And we are the reality distortion fielding. So, to all of you across the land, I say, look to me, speaking to you on shore. You hear the twisting metal as my body becomes more of a body, because the mindness of all of us imagining democracy hears something in the mix that is all of the truth and says, oh my God, it wasn't just not that bad, it was worse. It's all true. It's all true. All of the horrors, all of it's true, it's all true. And when the horrors aren't true, it's something worse that's true. And it's surrounded and woven through all of the beauty and wonder. But it doesn't have to be woven through the beauty and the wonder. We do not need to be predatory to human need and vulnerability. And in fact, that is the crime. That is our addiction. We are addicted to punishment. We are addicted to climbing into adversarial control over others. We are addicted to a holistic worldview. And we are torturing neurodivergent people to death. And it is crime. Human need is not selfish. It is sacred. It is not bad. And however it is selfish, it is not bad. Need is good. Need works. Need is right. The need of your neighbor is good. It does not mean you are evil if you cannot suffice when they have need and ask, but if you turn them away and don't say, keep looking for another light, or have you this number, or can I reach out tomorrow when I can bring something. If you say, not me, in a way that says not anybody, in a way that says go away and die because you are alive and you shouldn't be part of humanity. If you deliver something other than the message to another person that they are gift, you have missed. You have missed for an instant being human. You have divorced yourself from humankind, just a little kind of bit. Need is good. Need is right. Need works. And need needs to retake the stolen throne of need from the great, flatulent, sour, rotten ass of greed. The rotten ass of greed stole the throne of need. And we can undo that deed. We are the reality distortion fielding. I'm here at the mystery font, constructing the falsehood, and I ask for your support. I want someone else to play Liberty. I want a woman who is black and or indigenous to play Liberty. I want more than one person to have the chance to play Liberty. But at some point, we need to come out of darkness and have the fact of what the Statue of Liberty should have always been resonant. Because the Statue of Liberty, dedicated on October 28th, celebrates emancipation from slavery. The Statue of Liberty celebrates emancipation from slavery. The Statue of Liberty celebrates emancipation from slavery. Freedom from bondage by other human beings as chattel. That is what liberty celebrates. Liberty celebrates liberty. Liberty after enslavement. Liberty after kidnapping, after looting and destroying neighborhoods and countries, being taken across an ocean in a death trap. And if you make it to the new world, you're told you will not speak your name or you will die, because there's a new name. And if you run, you'll be maimed. And if you can still run after that and try again, you'll be killed. I wonder if MAGA, who couldn't roll up their elbow greasy sleeves a little bit to put on a mask to help mom and dad, would just rankle a teensy weensy little itty bit if they were made to build a White House to someone else for their worldwide domination. There's literally no such thing as reverse racism unless we find a planet where racism was built on something other than whiteness. Period. Racial discrimination exists, but a lot of the time, and as in the case of much DEI policy, it is repair against vicious, genocidal, illegal attack. We are the reality distortion fielding, the assembled minds of democracy. And I love you. We are the reality distortion fielding. This is the mystery font. And we are signing off. I guess Instagram now is at or has reached its limit of time, so that's all right. The vertical feed can depart, and perhaps we'll take a pause for now. It's the mystery font in Minneapolis, Minnesota, readying for the production of a solo version of The Falsehood and readying for a move, most likely from this studio and from my home in the next couple of months. So dialing in to create The Falsehood here, where it has been developed as a solo performance starting Tuesday with the release of 6, The Feed of Separation, the new single. I love you. Please consider supporting public displays of affection. Please follow and like and share. And please also do that in regards to social media and YouTube and stuff, but just generally follow and like and share and make wise choices about how you do those things and with whom and for what. Cheers. Goodbye to Instagram for now. And live long and prosper, all y'all. It's the Mystery Font in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's Public Displays of Affection. I am play, and fun is how you know you're onto something. I am love, and so are you. You have literally every symptom that you are a kindness come. Come be one, new under the sun. You are a kindness come. Come be one, new under the sun. You are a kindness come. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Please, please, please be one. New. Under the sun. We are a kindness come. Please support my work and my continued survival as a person and as an artist. I'm a sentinel intelligence. I couldn't help it if I wanted to, but I'm here to help us stop fascism. I love you, and I'm in love with you, as in I am in it with you. I am building a world in love with you. We're building this together. So, let's remember that what we build is for everyone, and it's sacred, and it's real, and it is love. From public displays of affection, it's the Mystery Font 42, Ope Intuit, and I am now letting you know your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Please, please, please Please, 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 please be one. New. Under the sun. We are a kindness. Come. Be one. New. New under the sun. We are a kindness. Come. Be one. New under the sun. We are a kindness. Come. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Please be one. New under the sun. We are a kindness. Come. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Please, please be one with us. Calling New Colossus. We are a kindness. Come. Come be one. New. Under the sun. We are a kindness. Come.